This House now resumes its sitting. Good morning, everyone. Members, before we continue, we'll just have the swearing in of the acting AG. May I ask you all to please stand?
I, Joanne Williams Roberts, do solemnly and sincerely affirm and declare that I will well and truly serve His Majesty King Charles III and the people of the Virgin Islands in the office of Attorney General. I, Joanne Williams Roberts, do solemnly and sincerely affirm that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, his heirs and successors, according to law.
Please be seated. Members, the floor is still open for debate. I do recognize the Minister for Health and Social Development, Honorable Vincent Wheatley.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to lend my voice to this most important act, Virgin Islands Police Amendment Bill 2024. Madam Speaker, as a representative for a district that relies heavily on tourism, I know all too well the negative impacts that crime can have on it. Madam Speaker, I've always try to have a very good working relationship with the police. Madam Speaker, while I'm saying that, let me just stop to thank and commend the police for the excellent work they did over holiday season in apprehending a criminal who was wreaking havoc in the Virgin Gorda community. Madam Speaker, the Royal Virgin Islands Police Force came into effect in 1967, the same year we started ministerial government. And one of the first local police officers was from my district, the late Real George. And I find it so ironic that that same year that the force came into being, we had maybe the first murder in Virgin Gorda around that same time, when Jackson shot Milo with a rifle that belonged to the late Robbie O'Neill. And Madam Speaker, that first murder was the first of 4 in the last century for Virgin Gorda. So it's something I've always paid attention to crime in my district, because crime and tourism don't go hand in hand. They do not go hand in hand. And that was in 1967. Then we had another shooting in Virgin Gorda around 1978 when Hilton shot Camila. What was her name? Camina. It was a domestic dispute. Again with a shotgun this time, not a rifle, a shotgun. So you see a little evolution there. And then around 1983, we had a third murder where Arto shot Jose George with a fish gun. Again, a little dispute they had. These are all local things. And then we had the last one for the last century in 1999. Another domestic situation where Sabrina got her throat cut with a knife. And then we moved into the 20th century, the 2000s. And we had the first murder as early as 2006. Now, that one was a bit different. That was not a domestic fight. That was different when Vinnie Carnally got shot 5 times in 2006. So we saw an evolution of crime taking place at that point in time. Madam Speaker, when I grew up, the police represented a face of the law. And mere police presence alone was enough to keep the peace. You hear, if you're doing something and you hear police come in, everybody scrambled, everybody got themselves in order because they don't want to get yourself tangled up with the police. Madam Speaker, what we have seen over time as crime developed and as the police force developed, we saw a trust issue developing between the police force and the community. I guess you could say some can be merited. I too have witnessed some strange things done by police officers that should not have happened. The sad part of that situation there is the police alone cannot solve crime. It takes the police working with the community to solve crime. It takes the whole community. Madam Speaker, I remember about 10 years ago, this is how important policing is. I was visiting Peru. I was in Lima. And from where the hotel was, it was a big mountain way in the distance, and I saw like a development up in the mountain. And I'd been there for maybe a week or so, and I really wanted to know what it was. Because it looked so different to where I was staying. So I asked the hotel manager about the area up there. And he said to me, that's where the local people live. Kind of like that. I always like a good authentic experience, so I wanted to go. And he said to me, I will not advise you to live where you are. You are in the tourist district of Lima. You are guaranteed protection here. You could walk the streets here any time of the day or night. You are protected. You can be assured you are safe in here. He said, if you go out there, you're on your own. He advised me not to go. Because they know too that tourism is money for them, just like here. And tourism and crime cannot survive together. And so I never did go to see what the area was over there. But they had all the security you could want where I was staying in the area. And I did walk about day and night, and I never had an issue nowhere I went. Madam Speaker, since we had the police force since 1967 until now, things have changed in our society. We've become a little more sophisticated in how we do things. And so has the criminal element in the society. They've gotten very, very sophisticated. And hence, we too have to improve our detection of how we handle crime. And that's what this bill here attempts to address. The modern day situation and how we have to modernize what we do. Madam Speaker, those who tuned in yesterday, a lot has been said about not having time to educate the public and so forth. But yesterday, when they were giving us excellent presentations, I happened to look online to see how many persons were tuned in. At that time, it was only about 67 persons, according to YouTube, were watching the House live on YouTube. I can't say who were listening on radio and who were listening otherwise on Facebook. But when I looked at it, I was very disappointed because this bill has some huge ramifications and implications for the whole of society. And several members said that the public will not give enough time to be educated. But to me, Madam Speaker, the real education is in here during the debate. Because each member brings their unique perspective, their research, their everything to the topic at hand. And so the best education you could want is not you one-on-one over there. You can have a discussion here. But the best education you could get about a bill is to tune into the House during a live sitting. I remember I checked last night if the number had changed from 67 yesterday. At that time, it was 1,235 persons had viewed that video of yesterday's sitting. And yesterday's presentations were excellent presentations on this very bill. Excellent presentations, I must say. I learned a lot about this bill. And Madam Speaker, a lot of concerns were raised yesterday by members about this bill, things that they were very much, we shouldn't go that way, or it may be conflicting with the Constitution. Madam Speaker, also all I was said yesterday, and I'm not going to rehash what people have said because I think I did a very good job, but I want to just talk briefly on one aspect that came up more than once yesterday by several members, the Premier, the Deputy Premier, Member for the Sixth, and other members, and that is the issue of fundamental rights and freedoms, and what can happen if they are violated. Now, we know what we are trying to do. We're trying to arm the police to better fight crime, but we also have to be very mindful of the innocent people, that they're not caught up in this. And Madam Speaker, I just want to give an example. This is a very extreme case too, of what can happen when fundamental rights are ignored for whatever reason. Either the law creates a situation or those enforcing the law overlook certain things. And I've said a story in the House before, but I'll go back to it. It's the Zong massacre. We've all heard about this story in school, but we never got the details of it. We heard when there was a ship over there and they threw Africans overboard. That's how we heard about it. But it's a very real story of something that happened. It was a ship, a slaver owned by a UK company, and they went to Africa to collect prisoners, people over there, and they put them on a boat and they were sailing from Africa to the Caribbean. This happened in 1781, November. On the journey over, they got into the doldrums, and in the doldrums there's no wind. So instead of taking maybe 3 months to cross the Atlantic, it was going to take them maybe 4 months. And you know what happens when your trip is longer than you expect? Resources began to run out. So while on the doldrums just going around doing nothing, they started to run low on food and water. The captain and his crew had to make a decision. Either they were going to all starve, or you get rid of some of what you got on board. And they decided to throw the Africans that they had collected in Africa overboard. 130 of them perished, so the captain and his crew can survive. Eventually, the ship reached the Caribbean. And then something strange happened. The company that owned the ship had insured the ship, and they made a claim to the insurance company for every single person who got drowned on that they threw overboard. And the company said, "You're crazy. I'll pay you for your cow then that you had and this one, that, but I'm not going to pay you for a single person you throw overboard." The company refused to pay. The company took them to court. And this case is documented in the UK. If you want to research it, the Zong massacre, Z-O-N-G massacre. It ended up in the High Court in the UK, maybe in the Privy Council. And the judge ruled in favor of the captain and made the insurance company pay the ship for every single African they threw overboard. And when you read what the judge said in his judgment on this case, it'll make you cringe. He said, these people that you threw overboard should be considered like property. Like the cattle you had on board, or any other cargo you had on board. Therefore, the captain lost his property. So these had no human rights protection. That's why it came up a lot yesterday. Where is the human rights protection in this bill? Are we violating any human rights with this bill? Because when human rights are violated, stuff like this could happen. They treated those people, our ancestors, like cargo. And the captain who did it got paid. He got paid for every man he killed, and woman. So we can never ignore human rights when it comes to legislation. And that's why we bring these things to the House. This bill had a long journey. This is the final destination here in this House. For us who are elected by the people to make sure that before it becomes law, it's not working against the people who send us here, but working for the people. Yes, we're trying to fight crime, but we cannot, under no circumstance, ignore the human rights part of this. And Madam Speaker, the Constitution made it very, very clear. And on Section 19 of our Constitution, protection of private and family life and privacy of home and other property. So you've heard members yesterday talking about people coming in your house when you're in there, people bugging your house when you don't know, people recording you unknown to you. And it says, every person, this is section 19.1, every person has a right to respect for his or her private and family life, his or her home, and his or her correspondence. And correspondence here should be seen in the widest possible way. Correspondence by email, phone call, letter, the spoken word, including business and professional communications. Of course, it's a qualified right, so there's an exception to it. Except with his or her consent, no person shall be subjected to search of his or her person or property or the entry by others on his or her premises. And in this bill here, it speaks to that. The need to go onto people's premises, the need to do surveillance, the need to do this and the need to do that. Yes, I understand we are trying to curb crime because we are financial services, we are tourism, and those things do not go together with crime. So we have to arm the police with the tools they need to handle crime, but at the same time, make sure we are protecting our people from an abuse of this power or these tools that we are going to give the police. Because we all know any tool can be used for good or bad, depending on the intention of the person who's wielding it. Historian George Santayana said, if you don't know your history, you are condemned to repeat it. And I think that's why I went through this whole historical context of what happened and why it happened. When we start ignoring things, how things can get out of hand. Now, Speaker, again, person might not appreciate the legislative process of how things get here. And they'll jump up and say all kinds of things in this house, knowing full well, here's where they are also corrected. The pity in committee is not broadcast live like you would the debate. But I guess some point in time, somebody might decide to bring the standing finance, to bring the committee stage live, so person could see the inner workings of lawmaking. Only we who are inside here will see that, and who chooses to speak about it, who will speak about it. But when we find things, our job is to take these laws and pass sensible laws, not laws that are going to kill us in the end. Finding that balance, that good balance between arming the police to fight sophisticated crime, and they have gotten very sophisticated. I've seen some things lately blow your mind how sophisticated they are these days, and making sure that all fundamental rights are not violated in the name of fighting crime. It could be a good cover to do a lot of dangerous things. Madam Speaker, we have to support the police the best we can. The police must make sure that they gain the confidence of us and the confidence of the public. Like I said in the beginning, the police alone can't solve crime. It takes all of us working together with a common goal to make sure that we at least try to eliminate crime altogether, which could be just something to talk about and never happen. We pursue and never attain a crime-free place. But we have to make sure we cut down on crime, because crime gets out of hand for whatever reason, opportunities, struggles, greed, whatever it is, may lead person down that path. It must be a multifaceted approach that we take to address our people, that crime does not become part of their future from time to their children. I thought for many years, I never recall a child saying, when I grow up, I want to be a criminal. It was said, I never heard it. They have all kinds of ambition to be doctors and lawyers, yet they exist. So clearly circumstances, or some person's circumstances, lead them down the wrong path. Our job in here is to make sure we do all that we can, from where we can, make sure persons stay on the straight and narrow. Madam Speaker, I look forward to the committee stage for vibrant debate to address those many concerns raised by the various members in this House. And I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I recognize the Leader of the Opposition, Honorable Ronnie Skelton.
Okay. Madam Speaker, sorry. Madam Speaker, before I begin, I do want to wish each and every one in this house and outside this house a happy new year. I know people are struggling, I know, and wishing them a happy new year might not be what they expect at this point in time. But Madam Speaker, you know, I rise to make my contributions to the police amendment bill. It has 2024, but it should be 2025 because basically nothing that happened in 2024 will come to this house, but we won't make that an issue. But I rise to make my contribution to the police bill 2024. Madam Speaker, this bill deals with interviews and oral procedures, special investigative techniques, covert operations, authorization for such, and authorization for control delivery and electronic surveillance. So those are the topics that this bill trying to deal with at this point in time. Madam Speaker, the bill also, in the objects of the reasoning, clearly states what the bill is trying to achieve. The Police Amendment Bill 2024 seeks to amend the Police Act, revised edition 2013, the Principal Act, to rectify certain deficiencies identified in the fourth-wrong mutual evaluation report of the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force regarding the Virgin Islands. So that's what this bill is trying to do, based on the financial services, to make sure that criminals who try to use our systems, that we can assist in catching these criminals. But the Premier is quite right in his, after he finished the objection reason, to talk about crime in this country, Madam Speaker. Because, you know, here we turn the guns outward to protect our country from criminals using our systems to do business here. But after you finish that, okay, history has shown and is proven that they turn the guns inward. Because once you teach people to fight, and there are no enemies outside, you gotta go fight the enemies within. So that's the concern of those of us who understand some of this stuff and trying to make sure that while we fight the criminals, we also protect the private citizens. And Madam Speaker, there is no doubt in my mind, we all don't want the criminals to exist in our society. And it is true that there was a saying a long time ago, and I continue to say it in this house, that's changed, that it was better for 99 guilty persons to go free than one innocent person to go to jail. But I think the reverse is true today. It is better for 99 innocent people to go to jail than one guilty person to get free. You know, that's what we are wrestling with around the globe today. You can see it. It's, if you're reading the news and looking at what is happening around the globe, you can see this is happening. But we can't do these things with our heads in the sand. We can't make these laws with our heads in the sand because eventually they will come back to haunt us. Some of us may not be around, but it will haunt us as a people. And that's what we're trying to avoid. In 2007, Madam Speaker, I had an opportunity to be on a constitutional negotiating committee. And all of these things you see in clause 9 and 16 and 19, they were put there for these specific reasons. And a lot of time was taken to make sure that these things, the protection of human rights, the protection of individual rights, enshrined in the Constitution and they're not to be easily tampered with. But in the same Constitution, if there is a problem, which is a severe step to take, if crime is out of control, there is the Emergency Act that you can trigger, activate to deal with crime. Yes, we all understand during that time that there will be a short window where human rights are curtailed in the interests of the country, of the greater good, so to speak. But, Madam Speaker, it is important for us to understand that we're fighting two enemies, and we cannot afford to make laws to fight the enemy within, because that's what's going to happen. I told my colleagues, when he was on my side also, that we are burning down, Madam Speaker, so to speak, Sherwood Forest, if those of you who don't know what Sherwood Forest, to catch Robin Hood. All of these things that we are doing, we have to do them, but that's what we're doing. We're burning down Sherwood Forest, which is the Virgin Islands, to catch Robin Hood. Because it is very difficult for our people to survive in this country. It's gonna get even more difficult if we don't pay attention. We cannot just live for today, Madam Speaker. And the Police Act is saying, basically, that if these things are instituted, these 5 items, that the police can use these provisions instead of fighting the international transborder crime, to fight crime here on the ground. And that means, Madam Speaker, there are no exemptions. And the member for the 6th brought out the exemptions for the House of Parliament. They can do electronic surveillance on all of us, because there's no exception. They can control delivery. They can do that on all of us. Those of us who have the propensity to commit criminal activities, they can do that. So, Madam Speaker, this bill definitely, and the member for the third said that when we get in the committee stage, it has to be tempered with some level of protection that the Constitution calls for. It can't just be this blanket statement. Yes, the intention of the people who drafted this bill or who want this bill, their minds are clear what they are doing. But they're not going to be there forever. They're not going to be in those positions. I listen to my colleague for the 6th says that when you want to understand what the thinking of the legislators when they were passing this bill, they go back to the objects and reason. But that don't happen often. That don't happen often. The judges and whoever is out there, they make decisions. Whoever applying these rules, they make the decision based on their interpretation, and they go all the way back to the 1800s for precedent and for all kind of stuff to justify their decision. So, Madam Speaker, let us don't sit here and believe that that these things will not be used on innocent people if you leave an open checkbook. Don't ever believe that. If you believe that, you're being naive. These things will be used on all people, and the results you will not like to see. So, Madam Speaker, you know, my colleagues that went through the bill like line by line, clause by clause, and there's some stuff in this bill that I don't understand. I think I understand, but I don't want to understand based on all the things that the COI report says and all kind of stuff, that we can still be making laws where there is a need for regulation, there's a need for code of conduct, there's a need for procedures, and we can pass a law that say the governor may. Come on, not even the governor in his own position will believe that that should be a may. Madam Speaker, this thing cannot be implemented if there are no regulation, no code of conduct, and those kind of stuff. So why use the word may? Because what? Those colonial systems, those things are a thing of the past. We need to be stronger than this, you know. So Madam Speaker, I have a problem with where the darker colored people shall do this, but the clearer complexion people, like you said, Madam Speaker, may. You know, I have difficulties with those things. It could be only me, but I have difficulties trying to put those things together in light of this modern world that we talk about, where even in England and in some of the other countries where they're getting rid of monarchies and putting systems in place that all people can have some level of protection under all laws. You know, the bright may is not an answer. And you can even in some of the, I understand at section 35B, 4, Madam Speaker. You know, when you read the objection reason, it sounds like we're cooperating with, authorized authorities around the globe. And they said here the police force may cooperate with foreign law enforcement agencies in taking witness statements. When I get in the committee stage, I don't want to know. I know probably what they're trying to do, but you know, if you want to fight crime, we need to fight it. And if you're going to use words like me, I have a problem. Then crime is not going to be. You're not going to be effective fighting crime. Madam Speaker, even in section the interview and oral admissions, which to me should be one of the first things that is said, unless it is said someplace else, that under like section 35C, where an interview is to be conducted under this section, a person suspected of or charged with committing criminal offense shall, pursuant to section 23(7), be given opportunity to have his or her counsel present before the interview is conducted. Madam Speaker, to me, that needs to be upfront. That's one of them human rights stuff. It needs to be upfront. And the other words and the end, to me, don't make any sense. Counsel present, period. And then when you get them before the thing, and then you're going to have an argument whether it was you were conducting an interview or you were not conducting an interview, and all those. I watch a lot of Law and Order, so you gotta forgive me if I make any statements. You know, NCSI and all that. So I don't want I don't want to be like J. Edgar Hoover during his time of administration as the head of FBI, you see a communist under every bed and desk and chair. I don't want to be that bad, but there are concerns that we need to correct in this bill, Madam Speaker. And, you know, the member for the 6th, you know, we had conversations. He told me, Bonnie, let me do the research on this because this is important. And I think he did a fantastic job in bringing the pros and cons. In the fight with the premier, that could go on. But the information that you brought forward is very important information. And I hope people listen to it because it's the protection of us. Yes, none of us out here. Some of us are scared. Some of us are scared to be on the street. The premier, not the premier. But we here, although you said the National Security Council, you still, you know, have a lot because you have information that we don't have. We're like blind. The member for the tour doesn't come out at all after 6 o'clock. Because he's scared of the street. The things you're hearing out here on the street is becoming very scary, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, some of these things too do not belong here in law. For example, Madam Speaker, when you're going to put in a law, an investigative officer shall record in a witness statement those things that belong to the regulations. Those things don't belong in law, in my opinion. And I've been around here in and out of this place for over 25 years, Madam Speaker. And I see these things being interpreted in ways that was never intended to. You know, and the only thing they don't have here, what color book and what color pen you should put it in. But those are the things that you enshrine in law that make it difficult to make any amendments to it. You know. So, Madam Speaker, there were quite a number, and Madam Speaker, 38 A and page 4 and 5, clause B. Let me get it right. 38 clause B, which states the monitoring or recording of activities by electronic means for the purposes of investigating a serious offense that has been, is being, may be committed. I know I watch a movie where, and these are science fiction movies, that people can stop crime before they happen. The Minority Report, yes, that's the movie. The Minority Report, and this seemed to me like that. This is part of that may be committed. And you know, I grew up in this country where when there were what, 15, 20,000 people. We had 5 police officers. 5 police officers controlling all of these people. Yes, time has changed. Yes, that can happen again. But the more police officers we get, it seems to be less effective. And I don't know what the model. I don't know anything about policing, except that, you know, we come here and we allocate $28 million for policing. And we don't know how effective it is. We probably need a investigation into it. I think a large member mentioned that there was a second report that's supposed to be laid here, talking about the police. So, Madam Speaker, these futuristic stuff, I have difficulties with that. And I am sure that when the witnesses come, and they will tell us basically what some of this stuff means and what are they trying to achieve. And I don't, Madam Speaker, when it comes around making laws, I understand the grandfathering part of laws, but when it comes around making laws retroactive, let's say retrospective, making laws retrospective, I have a difficulty with that. Where is it going to end? Where is something like that going to end? You know, you appeal a case came to an end, the government has a right to appeal, and the government can get extension time to appeal. The ordinary person can't get it. Once your time run out. Government can't do those things and bring cases back against people. Now, it is true when you read some of the things in the Bible, it say you see criminal committing crime after crime after crime and living good, and you yourself might be tempted to commit crime because it seems like nothing is happening to the criminal. But that's not the right way to go. And I think that's where some of our young people are falling in the trap. So, Madam Speaker, let us don't Madam Speaker, even in this bill with electronic surveillance, some real things happen. Don't take this for granted. The electronic surveillance part of this bill, where you monitor people's phones and so forth and so on, Madam Speaker, those things are real, and they're used against you, even if you are not party to anything. I know people in this country who lost their esters because they had conversation with our past premier. I know hearsay. That's not hearsay. So electronic surveillance is serious. That's why if I can't talk to the member for the third, I don't know what the member for the third doing, but the homegoing
Don't say.
You know, I don't know what he's doing, so I'm talking to him because as a friend, and I am being punished for just having a conversation with him. You know, they lock him up, I go to look for him because he's my friend. And they hold it against me because they think that he and I have some relationship. But this is some of the stuff that is troubling. And I don't know if you guys paying attention to what is happening around the globe, but we better pay attention fast. And these things are going to make it more and more difficult for us to pass on anything to our children or grandchildren. I don't know if I'm paying attention. You better pay attention. They're going to be when you pass it on, they're not going to be able to keep it. They're not going to be able to afford to keep it. Pay attention. So Madam Speaker, so electronic surveillance needs some work. You know, I think we need to do more research to find out how this is done. Exempting us alone is probably not the answer, but I know we have to strike that balance. And everybody said we got 13 smart people in here, PhDs, lawyers, no doctors, engineers, no rocket scientists. You know, the minds are here. So we need to solve these problems. Madam Speaker, the Premier mentioned also that can soon finish, Madam Speaker. The Premier mentioned also that we have all kind of rights in the thing, and we could, if they accuse you wrongly, you can go to the Constitution and you got to get your rights back and all kind of stuff. But, Madam Speaker, everybody have that kind of money to get their rights back. No, don't do it that way. I know you're frustrated because I sat in National Security Council way back, and I know it's scary. When every Monday they come and report all of these things that are happening in the country. So that's not the way to throw your hands in the air and think that throw away everything, let us fight. Right? How you get it back is going to be a problem. Getting back what you give up, because I listen to people, but a precedent has been set. People continue to use the word. A precedent has been set, Madam Speaker. But if you set a bad precedent, somebody set a bad precedent, you're going to continue to follow it? We can't. We can't. We should not be following things, but a precedent has been set. It happened already. Bad things happen already. We don't follow them. So, Madam, it's important for us to understand that these things that are written in the Constitution is not just these things as basic stuff around the globe. If there is a problem, like I heard Trinidad came up, and we all reading the stories between Trinidad and here. We can't be so disconnected that we're not reading those stories. They're reading the stories. And I sure law enforcement also is reading the stories. And I don't think they're dependent on just this to fight that. Yeah, a state of emergency is a serious matter. You put your country, economy in a tailspin. You call that and the ships stop coming. The timing to do it is also important. Madam Speaker, there's a question I have too in control delivery. I guess this is the member for the third call it entrapment. I don't think he fair off. But it did say you must, under clause 38C says that you should not endanger the life and health or safety of any person. So even if you put in a private citizen to do something, to deliver or controls, whatever it is, he or she should not be in danger. Madam Speaker, in today's BVI, the five guys, the five guys out there in front of the building in 1950, who fought for, would have helped fight for us to get ministerial government, not ministerial government, the restoration of the House of Assembly. They had 100 the authority that we have today. But we don't have 1/10 of the authority that we need to have. And we need to operate responsibly. When a report gonna happen, gonna be prepared, but only the governor can see it. I mean, we have no respect for the position of premier in this country. It don't make a difference to me who's there. You must have some level of respect for the position of premier in this country. And when you believe that only the governor is supposed to see a a report that this thing speaks about, whether it's a covert report or something. Covert report. Madam Speaker, something is saying that we're still back in the 1950s. We're still back in the 1950s. We cannot continue like that. I think if the premier, whoever he is, he or she is, knows that they have to have some level of accountability in receiving this level of information. And I think that is wrong, and it needs to stop. Don't come tell me about the governor is responsible for the police or he should get that report. The ministers are responsible for all kind of stuff, and the governor gets a report. So something don't make no sense there. Something is wrong, and we cannot, as legislators, sitting here and be scared because to say things that they're listening. They know they're wrong. Trust me, they know they're wrong. So don't just be scared because when you see, no, as a person, I have I have no dislike for the person, but the position is where we need to concentrate on. So, Madam Speaker, I think all of that is unreasonable, unfair. So if this is being written in a document, I mean in national security, I ain't get no information. I ain't get no information. Because if you're bold enough to put this in here that these reports go only to the governor, something is not right. So Madam Speaker, the procedures and stuff, Madam Speaker, those we can walk in committee stage to get them corrected whichever way we possibly can. Madam Speaker, let me leave that one. That one's going to take me a little while. Madam Speaker, if you go to... I definitely have a problem, Madam Speaker. I don't know what the answer is. I know, you see it in the news all the time. You lock a man up for 38, 40 years, you find out that the guy was even close by the crime scene. And he and then he has to go fight you to get some kind of compensation so he can live. You just let him go on the street. Nothing. And then he and his lawyer got to fight to get some level of compensation. The lawyer going to take 1/3, and he gets the balance. Is that really what we will do to our own people? If police officers convict people due to false information and whatever it is, then there's a price to be paid. The state is liable to take out a liability insurance then. But to say that the person is not liable for anything whatsoever cause, that can't be what we're trying to achieve, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, we're going to go in the committee stage and we're going to try to iron out some of this stuff. Some can be done, some can, because it was tailored for a specific purpose. But we know at the end the guns could be turned inward on us. And because it was to correct some deficiencies in the CFATF reporting, Action Task Force reporting report for 2024. So we know what the purpose was, but I think we all have a view that it needs to be tailored for that purpose, along with the purpose of fighting crime here on the ground. And so, Madam Speaker, like everybody else, you know, I understand we have to fight crime. I know we must, and we should give the police the resources that they need to fight crime. But we also need to protect the private citizens of this country, the law-abiding citizens of this country, from the police. With those few words, Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. I recognize the Junior Minister for Fisheries, Honorable Dawson.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I actually will be truly brief. My comments, not because the act is not important, because I think but because I believe that a lot that needs to be said has been ventilated. But I think it's important to put on record your views and your comments on matters such as this. As has been said, the primary motivation, if you will, for bringing this piece of legislation to be passed, the bill, related to the fourth round mutual evaluation report of the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force. But once it is in law, it will not be categorized and limited in its application, but will be used across all scopes for which it can apply. So the importance for us to take the broad view as far as how this law, what it should look like and how it should be applied. I think it's fair to say that the world we live in is ever changing, and so are the circumstances in which we find ourselves. Crime, as well as the investigation of crime, is dynamic. The things that were put in place in acts perhaps done not too long ago, provisions were not made for things that would evolve. A number of the things that are common in fighting crime now and expected in most modern countries may not have necessarily been accounted for in the development of our laws. And so one of the things that we are here to do today is to fill in the gaps, areas that were not clear, techniques and approaches that the police may use in the detection and presenting of evidence for prosecution for crime. A number of those things we need to clarify and make it sure that is absolutely certain as to how it is to be used in our setting. And as has been said, in developing those laws and making it clear as to how the resources available to police can be enhanced, we must at the same time address the question of the rights of individuals and ensuring that the appropriate safeguards are in place to ensure no abuse. Now, in the legislation before us, there have been attempts to ensure that abuse does not take place. There have been provisions in the legislation, for instance, that says a reason must be given for application for some particular pieces of resources or procedures in the investigative process. And then there are opportunities for us during the committee stage to address it at all levels. On the one hand, they may have indicated or proposed the range of things, and we may determine that the range of things are not appropriate. They may have also put in there as to who should approve. And again, that's something that has been spoken of much by our colleagues. And again, that's something that we will have to look at in the committee stage and determine that the approval, again, is appropriate. The implications for the lives of individuals as a result of the misuse of a law such as this can be great. So we must ensure and put the provisions in place to make sure that such misuse never takes place. That an investigation, for instance, cannot be inappropriately expanded. That you go, as they would say, on a fishing expedition, you went looking for one thing and all of a sudden it could be expanded. And there are some efforts here to ensure that that does not take place, but we must make sure that opposed to simply what is being proposed by the technocrats and brought to this House, and I'm sure that there would have been some instances, we've had the opportunity to look at this legislation in informal session, Cabinet would have had an opportunity to look at it, and there would have been things that would have been shaved off. But I think that this is the most appropriate place for us to fully determine what should happen, that there would be things that even as the Premier and those presenting would have allowed to come to this House, maybe perhaps they had an ambivalent view as to whether or not it should be in the law, but rather than taking on in the executive function, taking on the legislative aspect of our work, bring it to the legislature. Bring it to the legislature, bring it to the House of Assembly to make those determinations. Put the cards on the table in the legislation and let the decision be made here rather than determining for yourself what should be in such an important act as this. The mention was also made of the need for cooperation across borders as crime or world itself is shrinking and has shrunk, where communication takes place across borders all day and all night. And it's important that we establish not only the connections to cooperate with other states, but also to the boundaries to which those connections could extend. Because again, in utilizing those relationships with other states, it is the possibility that there's opportunity for abuse. And so in our undertaking here today, and hopefully what I believe would be in a short while, it is our business to take what, in my view, is a well-intended piece of legislation and to make it fit for purpose for the government, people's police of the Virgin Islands. And I look forward anxiously to taking part in that discussion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I now recognize the Junior Minister for for Culture.
To make my contribution to this very important bill before us today, which is the Police Amendment Bill 2024. Madam Speaker, I request your permission to read from documents from time to time during my contribution. I thank you. The Police Amendment Bill has been quite a bit of concern throughout our community, and it's not just today or from yesterday when it was presented and we started the debate, and we're continuing today, and then we will go into committee stage to make the final presentation of the act for it to be assented, etc., going through the process. It has been a concern in our community from the time it was launched and the time it was publicized. It was part of the campaign in 2023. You know, persons will say to you, you get in there, you can't pass that bill because this is what I am concerned about, this can't happen, etc., etc. But, Madam Speaker, what I want to assure our territory is that their fears and their concerns have not gone unnoticed. We do recognize the fear of the possibility of the violation of the human and constitutional rights, but I can assure the public that we will, in this honorable House, we are just as concerned, and we will do everything possible to ensure there's a balance in safeguarding their human and constitutional rights and ensuring that criminals are justly dealt with. Now, this bill is an amendment to the Police Act revised edition of 2013. So there's already existing a Police Act. There was one before, and then there was one revised in 2013. So these amendments that we're dealing with today relate to the Principal Act of 2013. It is a bill to make provision for enhanced investigative powers and procedures and related matters. We've heard from the debates earlier and from my colleague to my right, Honorable Dawson, that this bill is twofold, in a sense, in my view. It is dealing with, and Honorable Leader of the Opposition had mentioned it in his contribution as well, that the bill is dealing with some deficiencies, as stated in the mutual evaluation report. And it is also going to be dealing with strengthening the laws that deal with policing in an effect to curtail the increased level of crime that is taking place in our community, and a very, very concerned level of the crime that is taking place in our community. The Honorable Wheatley, Minister for Health and Social Development, mentioned the correlation between crime and tourism, and the fact that we cannot afford to have the continuation of increased crime at all levels, whether it's a burglary, it affects our tourism product, or whether it's a gun crime that's even more hideous, and it gives us a bad name in our community, and then visitors in the end of the day won't want to come and visit. So the bill, in a sense, addresses these two areas. And with the mutual evaluation report, we know about it, we've heard about it, and it's been publicized that it's very important for us to address the issues that came out of the mutual evaluation report. And like the COI, there were some recommendations that had to be addressed, and in this mutual evaluation report, there are some recommendations that have to be addressed, and they have to be addressed in an urgent manner. But recognizing the urgency of the need to address these things, we can't just do it. We have to do it in a serious manner, taking into consideration the rights of our citizens, the rights and the right way to do things when we're dealing with policing. And Madam Speaker, I would like to just mention that no, we didn't just come across this particular bill today. It has been articulated to us and presented to us as members of this House of Assembly in an informal session in the format of a symposium. And the symposium was on legislative reform related to the Mutual Evaluation Report 2023. And this symposium was held on the 21st of November for the benefit of the members to understand exactly what this Mutual Evaluation Report pertains to, the things that we need to do. The presentations were made by all the experts in the area. And it just doesn't include the police. It includes the financial services sector, of course. It includes customs. So we had reports from all the areas of interest pertaining to this mutual evaluation report. And I also mentioned the fact that, it helps to curtail the things that are in here, helps us to curtail the growth or the increase of the criminal activities that are taking place in our community. And it is our responsibility in this honorable house to address all these areas. And we just can't, not just, because the fact of the matter is, in going back to saying in terms of the mutual evaluation report, it's a threat to our financial services sector. And the goalpost, as we heard it before, it's been said before, continues to move when we're dealing with the financial services sector. And this is one aspect. Every time we address a concern and we feel that we're now safe and we're on the right track according to the international agencies and their requirements of us to get these things in place, they move it, and now they come with the report recognizing the deficiencies in our systems, and we have to address them. And of course, again, I mentioned the tourism sector. But Madam Speaker, I will go, my presentation will deal with, and others have dealt with them before, but I too would like to just give for the record and state for the record my view on certain things as it pertains to the bill. And I will be looking at section 35B and C, and clauses, I should say clauses 35B and 35C, clauses 35A through 38H, and I will end with clause 38M. Now, 35B and C, and the Principal Act, as I mentioned, has a section 35. But 35B and C were inserted because of the mutual evaluation report. And this section in particular, according to the information that was shared with us during the symposium, addresses some of the deficiencies that were highlighted in the mutual evaluation report. So the section 35B deals with witness statements. And in section 35B1, it basically states, and B1 through 5 deals with how you take statements, witness statements. And just to explain, 35B1 says a police officer may, in the course of a criminal investigation, interview witnesses and take witness statements in accordance with provisions of this act. And then it also goes on to say that witness statements shall be recorded in a manner that ensures the accuracy and integrity of the evidence, including audio or video recording where possible. And it also states in 35B3, the commissioner shall maintain a secure system for storage and retrieval of witness statements. So basically what this bill is saying in this section is that it highlights what is expected to be done when it comes to witness statements. And the governor, I know we have an issue that was expressed about whether the governor should be the one to be the authorizing authority of this particular bill. And that, again, we will discuss in committee stage as who will actually be the authorizing individual or organization. And it states that in section 35B5 deals with the governor may make regulations prescribing the procedures. And it's 35.5A, the taking, handling, and storage of witness statements, the training of police officers in the procedures under paragraph A, which is the taking, handling, and storage of witness statements, and such other matters as are necessary or expedient to give effect in this section. So we're looking at training to ensure that witness statements are taken in the proper manner. Now we go to section 35C, interviews and admissions, and this is again dealing with how they are handled. So in my view, just to say for a minute that yes, our citizens are concerned, yes, everyone is concerned, but I think that it was alluded to before that the bill addresses how things are going to be done. So if we're not following the act when it's passed, and then we go outside of what's in here, then yes, we are violating the rights of our citizens and or even the criminals that are arrested. So again, in my view, these things are being addressed, their concerns are being addressed, and yes, there are some areas that needs to be tweaked a little bit more, and we will be looking into these to ensure, as I said before, there's a balance to ensure safeguarding the rights of our citizens and curtailing the criminal activities in our community. 35C, I will just highlight a few because they have about 10 subclauses in this one, 11 actually. But again, it's to interviews and oral admissions. 35C2, an interview under section 1 shall be also recorded by video recording unless it is not reasonably practical to do so. And I know there's one in particular where it is not reasonably practical to record an interview by video recording, but it is reasonably practicable to record the interview by audio recording. The interview shall be recorded. So there are options, either by video or audio. And, so again, because of modern technology, you're not handwriting statements anymore. You can do so with audio and video to ensure the accuracy of the admission of the statements. And there's the purpose of this section: removable recording medium used in the recording interview shall be new. This one in particular. Any removable recording medium used, and this is 35C6, any removable recording medium used in the recording of an interview shall be new. And then section 7 goes into, for the purpose of this section, removable recording medium includes magnetic tape, optical disc, solid state memory card, or any removable physical recording medium which can be played and copied. In other words, we can use a jump drive to record a statement, but that jump drive must be clean. It must be new so that the information that's gathered is not corrupted with any other information that might be on a used jump drive. So again, I think that the areas are considered and thoughtfulness went into ensuring that, there's no tampering, there's no, there are concerns, yes, but I think the efforts through this bill and the different sections that effort is made to cover as much as possibly could be covered to ensure the concerns of our citizens and everyone else is addressed. And then we have, I will go now into section 38A, and section 38A is the principal act, which is, as I said, Police Act Revised Edition of 2013. It is amended by inserting immediately after section 38 the following, which is part 3, Roman numeral 3A, and this deals with special investigative techniques. And this section 38A actually deals with the definitions of the meanings, I should say, or the definitions of interpretations, I should say. So we have stuff that's described or explained in terms of authorizing authority. And the authorizing authority means the commissioner or the senior police officer designed as such. Now, we talked about authorizing authority in other debates that was mentioned, and the fact that who should actually be the authorizing authority to give the permission to do certain things. So again, when we go into committee stage, we can address, should it be the governor, should it be the commissioner, and who should actually be the authorizing authority. And then we have a definition of controlled delivery. It means the technique of allowing illicit or suspect consignments to pass out of, through, or into the territory of one or the more states, with the knowledge and under the supervision of their competent authorities, with a view to the investigation of an offense and the identification of persons involved in the commission of the police. So basically, controlled delivery is, as you see in the movies, a sting. You're setting up something to catch. And then this is where persons are saying it's entrapment. So again, we will be looking at this more closely to ensure that the areas of controlled delivery, and that is under section 38B, and I will go into that, it covers also electronic, the interpretation, before I go into that, interpretation deals with electronic surveillance means, investigating authority, what that means, law enforcement officer, what that means, and senior police officer, etc., etc. So there are definitions, and then there's also an explanation of covert operation and what that actually means. But to go into 38B, the authorization for controlled delivery, and I think this is a lot of concern for persons, and because of the possibility of entrapment, the controlled delivery according to 38B1 is lawful only if it has been authorized in accordance with this part, only if it has been authorized. And the authorizing authority may, on an application by a senior public officer, give written authorization for the controlled delivery to be carried out, and who it has to explain who is actually going to carry out these controlled operations. So not any and any person could do it. And an application to conduct a controlled delivery shall be made in writing and be specific. And it has to provide all the information regarding the consignment and destination, whether the matter has been the subject of a previous application, and any other additional information. So you're not just overnight deciding you're going to do this. You have to apply, and a permission has to be given. You have to explain why you're going to be doing it and who is going to be doing it, and the other specifics to that as well. So conditions for authorization of controlled delivery is covered under 38C. And this authorizing authority shall not approve an application for controlled delivery unless it satisfies on reasonable grounds, and it has 6 items here that you must satisfy in order to get permission for this controlled delivery to be carried out. And it means that a serious offense is being or is likely to be committed. And we talked about a serious offense. We can define that a little bit more to ensure we understand what a serious offense means. It must explain the nature and extent of the suspended criminal activity. Any unlawful activity will be limited to the minimum necessary to achieve the objective. The control delivery will be conducted in a way that ensures, to the greatest extent possible, any illicit goods involved in the controlled delivery will be under the control of the law enforcement officer at the end of the controlled delivery. In other words, if you use something with this controlled delivery, then you have to account for it afterwards. So just to move on in terms of who determines the application. After considering an application, the authorizing authority may authorize the controlled delivery, or it may refuse the application. So there are options. If you don't justify reasonably why you have to have this controlled delivery take place, then the authorizing authority, and again, who is the authorizing authority, will decide, yes, you may proceed because they are satisfied that this information that you submitted, or they may reject it. And then it goes into the revocation and cancellation of authorization, 38E. The authorizing authority may revoke an authorization granted. So there's options again. The treatment of items post-operation, any item 38F, any item imported into the territory in the course of an approved covert operation or controlled delivery when no longer required for the purposes of the due enforcement of this act shall be dealt with as a prohibited and illegal item as provided under the laws of the territory. So again, there are controlling measures. And Madam Speaker, just briefly into covert operations, which is dealt with under authorization of covert operations, 38H. The authorizing authority may unauthorize covert operations for the purpose of A, gathering evidence for serious criminal behavior, or B, the prevention, detection, or investigation of an offense related to money laundering, terrorist financing, or other financial crimes. Now remember, sections 35B and C deals with the mutual evaluations and aspects of 38 as well, of the mutual evaluation reports, because this one in specific, 38HB, deals with related to money laundering, terrorist financing, or any other financial crimes. Now, Madam Speaker, I won't go into any further in terms of 38H because there are other sections, as Section 2, Clause 2, that has subclauses A through E, and Clause 3, and there's more into that, but again, we will go into committee stage with that as well. Now, finally, Madam Speaker, I will go a little bit into Section 38M, and this too was mentioned during the Leader of Opposition's report or contribution, the reporting obligations. But 38M deals with reporting obligations on special investigative techniques. And 38M says that the authorizing authority shall submit a report annually to the governor in such manner as the governor may determine respecting A, the classes of offenses for which authorizations were given or renewed under this part, and B, the number of authorizations that were approved, refused, revoked, canceled under this part. Now, this pertains to investigative techniques. But Madam Speaker, I just want to say that during this symposium, as I mentioned before, and this particular bill was presented, there was a section for reporting under 38F in terms, but it has changed. So I would like to recommend that reporting section go back to the controlled deliveries, because there's no reporting mechanism under controlled deliveries, which is section 38B to 38G. So I am recommending that reporting segment go back, because it will allow for transparency, accountability when it comes to the number of controlled consignments that took place, how many, again, just like the investigative, the classes of offenses, the number of approved authorizations to have controlled delivery, the refused, the revoked, and the canceled. So, and then, but however, Madam Speaker, this one says annually. I would therefore recommend the reports be submitted every 6 months, because if you wait until the end of the year to receive this report, then you won't have the opportunity to try to improve. If you receive it at 6 months and you see the trends that are happening, at least you can try to intervene at 6 months so that the latter 6 months you'll have some improvements. So, Madam Speaker, with those said, I will continue to make my contributions in committee stage. And Madam Speaker, I would just want to end by encouraging everyone to take advantage of the opportunity. The opportunity is still there because persons are still concerned and want to see at the end what we will be doing to help to safeguard their rights, their human and constitutional rights. But I believe that the opportunity is still available, that persons can go online, they could find the Police Amendment Bill 2024, they could find the Mutual Evaluation Report, and they could find the Police Act, the Revised Edition 2013, and go through them for themselves. And I encourage you to WhatsApp your representative and let them know that this is your concern. Now, Madam Speaker, when I prepared my contributions for this morning, this was part of my contribution to wrap up. But this morning, I received a WhatsApp message. Well, yesterday I received one, and this morning I received another from a constituent who expressed their concern and about Section 38 of this bill and thought that it was entrapment. So again, there are opportunities still before we go into committee stage that persons can express their concerns to their representatives via WhatsApp, and I'm sure their representatives will take into consideration their concerns and address it during committee stage. With that said, Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. I recognize the Minister for Communications and Works, Honorable Rymer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today I lend my voice to the debate on the Police Amendment Bill 2024. And Madam Speaker, we know this legislation, it's critical for enhancing our law enforcement capabilities here in the Virgin Islands. And as mentioned, the bill seeks to address the deficiencies highlighted in the Mutual Evaluation Report that was done by the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force. And they pointed out quite a few gaps in our legal system, and hence this bill is before this honorable House. Now members would have gone into various aspects of and concerns pertaining to what would happen with this bill. But the private objective of this amendment is to enhance the capabilities, as I mentioned, of our law enforcement agencies and ensure that they are equipped with the necessary tools necessary to combat modern criminal activities, and most importantly, establish clear legal framework for their investigative practices and these things which were usually done under common law within our judicial system. Madam Speaker, I mentioned common law. What is common law? I think common law refers to a body of unwritten laws based on legal precedent established by the courts. Somebody said bush law, but in the Virgin Islands, Madam Speaker, common law has been derived from English law, as I understand, and applies in areas where there is no specific legislation. So this means that the law enforcement practices and procedures, Madam Speaker, are often relied on by judicial interpretation and past rulings. And sometimes this leads to inconsistencies and lack of clarity So, Madam Speaker, I think by placing specific provisions now into the Police Act, as was stipulated by this report, we move from a system based on general precedent to now a more structural legal framework that is explicit, and it outlines rules, it outlines procedures, and these are what the law enforcement agencies must follow. Madam Speaker, I think it's crucial, I think it's important for law enforcement, now speaking more so to the police, that their practices are clear, their practices are consistent and accountable. Madam Speaker, the bill aims to regulate these investigative techniques, and they're listed: the controlled deliveries, covert operations, electronic surveillance. Madam Speaker, you would have heard the Junior Minister for Tourism speak about those techniques: controlled deliverables, covert operations, and the electronic surveillance. Now, Madam Speaker, with the controlled deliverables, this technique allows the law enforcement agencies to permit a package containing illegal goods, such as drugs, and they allow it to be delivered to a suspect. She called it a sting operation. The goal is to catch that suspect in the act of receiving that package. Then members spoke about various things as to how it's labeled. Then the covert operations. And the electronic surveillance. Now, this is one that we need to make sure all the processes are in place. And, it involves using technologies such as the cameras, listening devices, and even now you see the police with the body-worn cameras and so forth. And you would hear that, if these things are done correctly, they serve to increase transparency and accountability in police actions as they operate. Madam Speaker, the bill aims to clarify the admissibility of evidence obtained through these investigative techniques, thereby reinforcing or hopefully making sure that there's integrity in our judicial system. But Madam Speaker, as an honorable House, we must refine it, as it's our duty and it's imperative that we highlight the key issues and concerns that must be addressed when we're implementing the aspects of this bill as to not infringe upon the rights of our citizens. We spoke a lot about human rights, and our Constitution provides robust protections for human rights that should be upheld. And Madam Speaker, these protections, they are very important. They are crucial to guard against potential abuses that will arise from these expanded powers of the police. So we must ensure that these rights do not violate fundamental rights of our people. Speaker, I'll list a few: rights to privacy, rights to due process, rights to freedom, discrimination, rights to freedom of expression. These new techniques where persons want to be able to go out there and protest and do so forth, they are not deterred by these new techniques. Right to security. So we must make sure that these expanded powers do not infringe on those rights, and we will make sure of that as we go to the committee stage. Madam Speaker, we must make sure the covert investigation in this bill, they are not unilateral. Officers cannot simply just go and initiate these covert operations at will, as the bill stipulates that they must obtain permission. And there is a time limit as to how long this should last. I mean, it sounds good, Madam Speaker. It's written, and these operations can only to be employed when evidence cannot be obtained through other means. So, as the junior minister mentioned, there's a lengthy process that you go through to be able to do such an operation. And, Madam Speaker, there are multiple layers in place, multiple checks and balances. So if someone go out and obtain evidence, and the DPP gets the information, the DPP has the right to refuse, scrutinize, and make sure that this evidence, the way it was obtained, cannot be used as evidence. The DPP plays a significant role also in how this is done. And there's also courts should maintain the integrity of this, because the court, they also are watchdogs and ensure how this evidence is. Madam Speaker, as we go through this bill, I think it's necessary for us to make sure that the law enforcement agencies, the police, make sure that they're, properly vetted, and make sure that they have the right scruples to be able to carry out these amended powers. And members would have spoken about the law review, volume 1, and all that it entailed. I think it was 170 different recommendations. And we are anticipating that volume 2 would be over 200 recommendations. Now, what would that say for the police force or the law enforcement agencies? So that in itself would be a determining factor as to where we move forward with this new police act. And we must instill and make sure that the police force, they're disciplined with clear protocols as to how they conduct their affairs. And it shouldn't be done in isolation. They should operate under the oversight of the law. And, must be accountable to the judicial system. We've gone through some scenarios where, there is an internal process where police officers are addressed with their behavior and so forth. But I think it needs to be under the judicial system. Madam Speaker, we speak about this Police Amendment Act that is before us today. Since I've been elected, I think this has been on the agenda for maybe 3 or 4 times and various other papers. And it just fall off. Madam Speaker, my thing as I've been in this house, and we had the experience of the Commission of Inquiry, and the way it was called, we had all these recommendations where one person came in and told us that we need to do all these different things. For years, we've heard that the police bill needs to be amended. And it's now being done through a report through a financial means. Madam Speaker, we speak about building our institutions. We speak about where we want to be for this honorable house. We know what should be done. And it shouldn't take for others to tell us what we should do. These things need to be addressed. And this is the right place that we need to sit and hash them out. We speak about hearing from our constituents. These things affect us all, and we need to hash them out. Madam Speaker, if we don't do this police bill, I'm sure somebody else will do it for us, in a manner probably we wouldn't like. So we are here. I think we should work to address it the best way possible that wouldn't infringe on anyone's right. I know the last amendment came through. We met with the police. They spoke about the need to add DNA to the law. We did that. What came out of that, they assured us that they would take some criminal off the streets, but I'm not sure what the outcome of that was. But we still must make sure that we work to give the police the tools that they need in order to carry out their duties. But we must balance crime prevention and our individual rights. Madam Speaker, we must address serious crime, but we must also be mindful of those who are merely alleged to have committed offenses. The stigma of being accused of a crime, Madam Speaker, would lead to whether victimization, damage to one's reputation, even if that person was done due process and was found innocent. So, Madam Speaker, it's necessary for us to strike the balance between empowering the law enforcement agencies and protecting individual rights. Madam Speaker, I reflect on back in the 2000s in America, where the police had a new initiative where they were trying to curb serious crime. They started some called stop and frisk. It turned out to be basically unconstitutional because they targeted it was more so racially motivated. And that, Madam Speaker, caused a rift within the community. We now see what is happening with Black Lives Matter and those things in America. So we must make sure that whatever powers are granted to law enforcement, it does not lead to similar issues. And Madam Speaker, the concerns were raised, quite a lot of concerns, and they're legitimate. And is this fair between the police and the public that we need to work to marry? Because the police do have a role to play, but you can't go and infringe on someone's right. And even though the Constitution mentions it. So there are concerns about, like I said, the misuse of the investigative powers. And without the proper oversight and accountability mechanisms in place, there will be risk to these. So, Madam Speaker, I won't rehash or go into what the bill states, but there was one thing mentioned by the member for the 6th in his extensive research where he spoke about an independent oversight committee. And I think that could be somewhere incorporated into the bill. We could create a body that would be tasked with monitoring the police activities, particularly concerning the use of these new powers, the covert operations and the surveillance. This commission, Madam Speaker, should operate autonomously from the law enforcement agencies, and they should have the authority to investigate complaints and also review the police practices. This commission should also be able to do the reports and have them published, including the statistics on the police and the operations and complaints received. I think this transparency would foster more public confidence in our law enforcement agencies. This commission would probably do community engagement as well. Also, it would have a clear complaint and accountability mechanism in place. Could even do audits on some of the police practices. Madam Speaker, I say this because, the police just can't stand alone. I think, it was mentioned that this is done in the United Kingdom, that they do have a similar body in place. So I would suggest that this be something to consider as we go through the committee stage. And Madam Speaker, as I wrap up, I do think that in addition to the oversight mechanisms, certain things should also be included to protect the rights in this bill. For instance, the right to legal counsel, the informed consent requirements, so that they're aware and they give in the absence of a warrant, they can agree to do searches and the person. Mandatory recording of interaction, I think that should also be there in order to add to transparency. I'm not sure if this would be in a regulation, but there should be guidelines to how these covert operations are done. And also, there should be a right to appeal. And data protection should be something that should be also mandated, because in the law it says that basically the chief of police, he would be the one holding this information. But it doesn't, it's kind of vague. It doesn't say how, it doesn't say much as to the powers he would have, where he would hold it. Now suppose the chief of police becomes somebody who, is a narcissist or something, and he just carry home all this information? How would we get access to it? So I think all that should be clearly or explicit as to how these things would be done. And as the leader of the opposition mentioned, we have persons that spend multiple years in jail for various things, and when you come to find out they were innocent, exonerated. I think compensation should be also clearly articulated as to how this would work for persons wrongfully accused and had their rights violated. So, Madam Speaker, like I say, in the UK, this independent police commission, it serves as a robust framework for ensuring accountability and also public trust. And I think we should definitely consider that. So, Madam Speaker, as we go to the committee stage, there are quite a lot to go through and make sure that we make this the right bill for us as a people, but also make sure that we give the police the authority, but also give them they put the mechanisms in place so that they can carry out their duties in the right manner, and so that we can commit to fairness and commit to transparency, and as it's all moral imperative as a jurisdiction to protect human rights, but also to be able to uphold law and order. Madam Speaker, thank you.
Thank you. Any other member wish to debate? I recognize the Minister for Education, Honorable Shari D. Castro.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to speak very briefly, given the vast debate that has taken place since yesterday. It would be remiss of me not to just speak to the importance of this bill being before us, as echoed by a number of members in the House, but also speaking very fervently to the reality that we do have to do some surgery on the bill in order for it to come out in a form that would be balanced and that would be welcomed by the territory. I do want to commend the House for just being proactive in having this bill before us, because as stated, I believe there has been some trepidation and different things that would have caused persons over the years to not want to proactively at least seek to remedy some of the issues that we face. But given the world that we live in, we have a responsibility as members of this House to use our collective intelligence and expertise to seek to see how we could frame laws that ultimately protect our people, but also exemplify a level of safety in our community. I think we have to be very cognizant of the reality of whether our people feel safe and what crime has done to really invade the safety, the privacy, the homely feeling that our communities are known for. And so, Madam Speaker, I support the reality of, as stated, giving the police the tools that they need, but I also support the reality that the police must work with integrity and they must ensure that they do things in the right way. I was sitting there where my colleagues were thinking, and I have been seeking to figure out how, when I go to schools and I ask children, what do you want to be when you grow up, how I get more of them to say teachers. And I think we're doing a good job, we're getting there, but I was just reflecting about how many hands I actually see go up and say, I want to be a police officer. And Madam Speaker, to be very frank, there aren't many. And that's the reality that we must face even in this conversation. How many persons in our community trust the system of policing in the territory, how much of them see themselves becoming a part of that system in any way, whether it's through the DPP's office or through the police or being a defense attorney, whatever it is, how many of them actually believe that they can create impact in that area? And I believe this law before us is the mechanism by which we could at least begin to put things in place to make persons inherently comfortable, not just the persons in our community to be safe, but persons who are seeking to consider the career paths that they may want to enter, how they themselves would be safe in this type and line of work. Because inherently, you don't want to get into something that you feel can endanger yourself or your family. And so, Madam Speaker, I do believe that we have an opportunity in a number of ways here with this bill to really put things in place. Yes, to ensure, as I said, the police have the tools that they need. Yes, to ensure that technology enhances the work that is done in policing and securing our territory, but also to make sure that persons' human rights are not put in danger, and also to make sure that persons don't feel that this clause that is stated regarding immunity gives persons the unchecked freedom to do as they please. I think in the committee stage, we have to make sure that we do some work specifically in that area, because everybody has to play by certain rules. And the police ensures that the community adheres to rules, and we cannot allow the police to not abide by rules. It's an inherent conflict. You uphold the law, and you ensure that people uphold the law, but you yourself must ensure that you uphold the law. And I think inherently that's a balance that we have to create in this act when we bring it out of the committee stage. And Madam Speaker, just briefly, I'll say, because of the portfolio that I hold, and I have the member sitting next to me as well, there's just a reality that as we advocate to give the police the tools that they need, we also must make sure that we shore up our infrastructure in education and even in social development, in youth development, to make sure that we don't allow persons to become victims of the system, but that we, through rehabilitative efforts, but even more so through proactive measures, make sure that we do not have persons deciding to choose a life of crime. There are other alternatives, and we have systems that we have to really shore up to make sure that, because it's a choice, right? And the Premier spoke about yesterday the reality that some of these behaviors are seeping into our schools in ways that we don't want to even conceptualize. And the ministry has taken a zero tolerance approach to serious crime, and we will continue serious misbehavior, and in some instances crime, that occurs within our schools. And we have to be very careful as lawmakers in terms of the decisions that we make here regarding these bills, because we do have a generation that is coming up, and some of them are being swayed seriously by the strong hands of crime that are seeking to use our young people as conduits to discharge serious crime in our territory. And so we have to make sure that we create opportunities and access for them to see that there's a different way. Whatever that avenue is, we can all, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. There's so much out there, but it would be remiss of me not to, in this setting, state that we cannot just put 100% of the funding or the support behind of the police and not really look at the social fabric that causes persons to want to enter this type of lifestyle, and how do we ensure that as many as practicable do not seek to go down that road. So, Madam Speaker, I look forward to the committee stage, where I am certain this bill will come out in a much better state than it came in. And I believe that we have the collective intelligence and expertise in the House to be able to make it into what is necessary to ensure that we increase safety and increase confidence in the system of policing and the justice system within the territory so that persons begin to feel safe again. I thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute, and I look forward to the deliberations in committee. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Premier, may I ask you to wrap up, please?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and allow me to acknowledge my colleagues in the House of Assembly who have, I said, done a good job all around in debating this bill for the benefit of the public. And I believe the Minister of Health and Social Development made a good point when he said that really the most important tool we have in educating the public is really when we get into these type of sessions. I mean, at times we may attempt to have meetings on various things, etc. But really the culmination of attention on these bills is when you get to the House. And I think that the members of the House did this debate justice. And I would say I'm proud of how we are conducting ourselves. I mean, I can qualify that, but overall, I'm proud of the approach we have taken. Yesterday, the member for the 2nd District spoke about police bills coming before to the House and how they were dealt with and preventing them from moving forward to actually becoming, law. And he also said I was a part of that, which was true, Madam Speaker. And I had the opportunity when we formed the unity government to really reflect on all that had transpired before and to be very reflective on, even from a personal standpoint, my role in what had gone wrong in the Virgin Islands. It's important for us to be very reflective about that. And Madam Speaker, I had to come to the hard conclusion that there's some things that we have to change as a territory. And the way that we approach this police legislation is something that we have to change. It's not serving us well. And reference has been made to it. The Virgin Islands, following the release of the COI report and other things, was being characterized internationally as some corrupt place. Being characterized as a place where law and order doesn't exist. And I've worked hard, and all of us have worked hard to be able to reverse that perception. We had a mutual evaluation report as well that put some good blows on us. That law enforcement review put some good blows on us. I'm not saying everything is justified, but I'm saying that there's a perception of the Virgin Islands of being a place that I'm not really happy about that perception. I don't think any of us should be happy about that perception. And we have to be reflective enough to see what we can do to reverse that. And we do have to come to the conclusion that we have to put mechanisms in place to confront, to obstruct, to prevent, to arrest illicit activity in our community and our society. And it's a serious responsibility that we have. And I take that responsibility very serious. I know it was suggested that my presentation yesterday was performative or theatrical, something like that. I put on a show or something like that. But I want to assure the members of this House, and I want to assure the public, that I take this very seriously. And, you know, I've lost several family members to violent crime over the past few years. I, day before and on a regular basis, speak to a young woman who the mother of her children was murdered and left behind two or three children. And the type of difficulties that young lady is having in surviving and making ends meet, and even from a psychological standpoint, I mean, there's a real human cost to the illicit activity which is taking place, or the violent crime. And we have to, in a very real way, confront it. And we have to put politics on the side. We have to put politics on the side. And I dare say in the past, we've used these circumstances, we've used these opportunities to stoke fear in the public and to use that fear for political gain. Say, the government is not looking out for your interests. I mean, it was even said yesterday that we're selling out our people. No, we're not selling out our people. We're not selling out our people. That's not the intent of anyone in this House. And I already started to hear the murmurings in the community from yesterday evening about legislation which is being passed that's going to have a negative effect on our community. And I'm saying that we are taking a responsible approach to this issue. And the approach we've taken in the past is partly the reason we are in the situation we're in right now as it pertains to crime. I'm saying to you, a responsible approach is to ensure that we get the legislation into this House and we do what needs to be done to make sure it's fit for purpose, make sure that the protections are in place, to ensure that we have the proper checks and balances. Let me say this as well. There was this whole concept of whether, the government read the bill. Hopefully, the debate that my colleagues have put forward today will just lay that to rest. Yes, we read the bills. We've gone through this a lot with the Commission of Inquiry. And to be honest with you, it's good politics. It's good politics. I will admit that, it could be persuasive. Government is bringing bills here that they haven't read, and they bring these bills here that will put the people in a bad position. And then we, the opposition, will have to save the day or rescue the day. It's good politics. It's a good kind of strategy and a technique. But the reality is different. We do read the bills. We bring the bills here consciously. And we know when we bring the bill that we're going to have to do, quote unquote, surgery in committee. These bills are prepared by Governor, Deputy Governor's office. And the place that these bills, if we do not favor all the provisions of these bills, the place to fix them are in the House. I'll tell you why the House is the right place to fix them as opposed to trying to fix them in Cabinet or something else like that. Firstly, right up until when the bill is in Cabinet, the drafters are working for whatever the client ministry is. That's who the drafters are working for. Even if you go to Cabinet and you say, well, we want this and that change, that becomes an exchange between the client ministry and the drafters. And in Cabinet, you could probably come back to Cabinet several weeks before you get it right, given that construct. Cabinet meets every week. You know, so you'll be coming back and forth to Cabinet weeks at a time, trying to get something corrected. Now, if it's a bill that belongs to the government, one of the government ministers, we'll expect that with maybe in caucus or the ministry between the drafters that we can solve a challenge or a problem before it gets to Cabinet. But when something comes under the governor or the deputy governor, it's a different situation. The best thing to do is to let it come to the House. And really, the legislation that comes from any particular ministry, even if it comes from a cabinet minister, I see it as a proposal, not as a finished product. It is a proposal. My daddy used to have a show called the 3D show, so he would talk about, you have a thesis, then you have an antithesis or antithesis, and then you have synthesis. So you would bring the thesis, and then traditionally, and this is the role of the opposition, I don't shy away from this responsibility at all, or I acknowledge this responsibility, I should say. Opposition has a role to provide the antithesis to the thesis. And then we get together in committee stage, and then you get synthesis between the thesis and the antithesis. So that for me is a very useful process to get the best results. And the Deputy Premier made reference to the Public Service Management Act. And I would say that that's the best possible version of that act that we could have gotten. And it was because we had collectively, with all the intelligence in the room, we had what we were trying to achieve, but we also had a rigorous process, I would say, to ensure that it conformed to the Constitution, and it also conformed to what we wanted as legislators, because as the Deputy Premier said, we have the Constitution, but the Constitution allows and acknowledges laws passed by the legislature to give powers to different actors, whether it's the governor, whether it's members of the legislature, ministers, etc. So we went through a rigorous process, and we got good legislation as a result. And that happened with other bills as well. And that's the intention of Cabinet, to get it into the House. And not only do you have the members of the opposition, and I can't forget also those members who do not sit in Cabinet, backbenchers on the government side. They have the opportunity to weigh in, and then everybody has access to the witnesses and the drafters, and you can in real time make changes. And that's a useful process for getting good legislation, and it works. And it also works because you have the members of the public as well. I should say that. We had a debate. The members of the public are also involved in real time. Because members of the government will be able to tell you, you get text back and forth. All of a sudden, people start looking at the legislation in real time, and they start texting, and they say they don't like this provision or that provision. I believe the junior minister for Culture and Tourism made reference to somebody texting her about a particular provision of the bill. And it's good. It is a good process that we are undertaking. Let me say to the members of the House and to the public that we are serious about oversight. We are serious about oversight. We just had a speech from the throne yesterday because we've been talking about the protection of persons' human rights. But I must say, Madam Speaker, that we had an opportunity over many years to bring in a Human Rights Commission. And part of the function of the Human Rights Commission are things like this: to ensure that we don't have persons' human rights violated, and all of the rights that we want to be protected are right there in the Rights and Freedoms section of the Constitution. They're right there. And persons speak about how expensive it is to go to a lawyer and to go to court. Well, the concept of the Human Rights Commission is not for you to have to spend a whole bunch of money to go to a lawyer, go to court. The concept of the Human Rights Commission is you have a commission right there tasked with investigating violations of persons' human rights. Now, that Constitution came in 2007, and it's going to take this legislature in 2025 to pass it. So if we were serious about oversight, we would have brought the Human Rights Commission. But having said that, I'm not one to cry over spilled milk. We are going to bring the Human Rights Commission, and we will ensure that we have a mechanism in place to protect persons' human rights from abuses. But that is not enough, Madam Speaker. And I'm going to take this opportunity, this may sound strange to some persons, to commend the member for the 6th District. Because like the leader of opposition said, he did some good research. And he pointed us to what happens in the United Kingdom in terms of the legislation that they have, which makes provision for this oversight body. And I believe that all the members on the government side, really the lead-off hitter was the Deputy Premier, and all the members, the Junior Minister for Culture and Tourism, Minister of Communications and Works, and others, have done an extremely good job of pointing out the areas of the bill where we need to do some work. Certainly one of those areas has to do with oversight. As we said before, when you have the client ministry, whether the governor or deputy governor, they have a relationship with the police. And of course, the bill will lean more towards the police. Certainly the DPP would have had an influence. The bill will lean towards the DPP. But the Deputy Premier made an excellent point that you need to get the other side so that the bill can have balance. While we want to give the police the powers necessary to be able to deal with the serious problem that we have, I won't go over that again, but we have a serious problem, and we want the police to have the powers to deal with that serious problem. The other side of it is ensuring that we have the protections in place, the oversight bodies in place to ensure that the police do not abuse that authority. And let's also be clear about this. I mentioned it when I gave the objects and reasons. And, it was really revealed in the debate. Despite the fact that we didn't think it was an issue, it really came out as an issue. We do have a distrust of the police. And that distrust of the police is associated with the fact that it sits under the governor and the United Kingdom, and what we believe to be the perception of persons from the United Kingdom of the Virgin Islands. And it also has to do with the fact that I didn't mention this when I gave the object and reasons. We have quite a number of persons who come from other countries who work for the police. And let's be real about it. There is a distrust that exists with the members of the community and the police. Let's just be real. But a mature approach is not just acknowledging the fact that there's some level of distrust. A mature approach to see is how we can bridge that gap between the police and the public. Part of it, as I'm saying it again, and this year, we are going to be embarking on constitutional negotiations with the United Kingdom government. And I would like the backing of the entire House as it pertains to empowering our own local institutions and giving our own people opportunities to have powers that other people in other independent countries have. I mean, when the member for the 6th was speaking about the Home Office, or the Home Office Minister having these particular powers, all I could think to myself is, we do not have right now a Minister of Justice or Home Office Minister. In our construct, the governor is responsible for that. In other independent countries, through the OECS, through CARICOM, you have something called a Justice Minister. Those persons are responsible for those functions. Constitutionally, that belongs to the governor. And we have a very backwards view. When I use strong language like that, what you call them, news sites pick up on it. The nuisance that they are sometimes. I should have a better control of myself, Because they'll print a story just for spite. But anyway, but I said, I even lost my train of thought. But I was explaining the fact that the governor holds those are responsibilities for the governor. Yeah, those are responsibilities for the governor. And if we want to show ourselves to be progressive, we will know that those are responsibilities that we can have. And I catch my thought now, Madam Speaker. We have a backwards view that checks and balances means that the governor oversees what the local government is doing. That's a backwards view. In fact, that's what you call colonialism. My colleague just said it, that's mental slavery. To think that the role of the governor or the role of the United Kingdom is to protect us from ourselves. And these are responsibilities that should sit with the governor. No, that is colonialism. And we need to progress past that. All that happens is that when you have the governor overseeing a responsibility, is that he gets his way. Or she, if it's a woman, I don't think we've had a female governor yet, she would get her way. Now, what you need is a proper institution. What you need is a proper institution that will provide oversight. The very nature and function of the institution is to provide oversight. And when you look at the UK legislation, you see that they have persons who are retired judges and things like that, who provide oversight. Not just providing oversight based on the fact you come from another country, but your function is to provide oversight. Your work experience in the past has equipped you with the tools to provide that oversight. And we have a lot of work to do in the liberation of our minds. Bob Marley said, emancipate yourself from mental slavery. I say all that to say, when we go and we have those constitutional negotiations, Madam Speaker, I want the support of the entire House. Let's get some backbone. I was about to say let's man up, but I don't want to use any language that could be considered sexist. But let's get some backbone and let those functions which are falling under the governor right now fall under the local elected government and whatever independent institutions the legislature creates. Yes. Let's do that. Madam Speaker, I'm anxious to get to the bill. I won't tarry too much longer here. But just to say, Madam Speaker, the members of the House have outlined the areas of the bill, I think, accurately, both on the government side and on the opposition side, accurately, the areas that we need to confront. Perhaps the last thing I'll say before I close, Madam Speaker, is one point that the member for the 6th made about being confused about mutual evaluation report versus like confronting local crime. Madam Speaker, there's nothing to be confused about. Let me be clear. This bill is serving the purpose of strengthening our powers and our abilities to confront illicit behavior. Yes, the mutual evaluation report is concerned with financial crime. That is a part of it. Yes, it's concerned with the conduct of our companies. But it is not only concerned about the conduct of legal persons or companies. It is concerned with the conduct of natural persons. It is not just concerned about the conduct internationally. It is concerned about the conduct domestically. It is concerned with the fight against illicit finance wherever it exists. It is about us being a responsible player in the global financial architecture. But it certainly makes no sense the Financial Action Task Force to say you must be concerned only with international illicit activity and not domestically. That makes no sense. So we must be very clear, Madam Speaker, that yes, this bill is in response to the mutual evaluation report, specific sections of the report. And there's no separation, and we should stop making the separation, Madam Speaker, between our domestic abilities and powers to be able to fight illicit activity and those internationally, whether through mutual legal cooperation, through whatever international cooperation with our partners, whether in the region or in the world. So we should not make those separations. And indeed, we should be aware of the fact, Madam Speaker, that the actions we are taking with this bill will assist us in addressing the mutual evaluation report. And it's also going to assist us in our response to the law enforcement review. And it will assist us in making our people safer, which is our primary responsibility. Madam Speaker, as I said before, I'm anxious to get to the committee stage, and I'm looking forward to our members of the House making a progressive and a constructive contribution to committee stage, and for us to have a very healthy interaction with the witnesses. And I am sure, Madam Speaker, once we are concluded with this process, as we have done in the past, we'll have a much stronger piece of legislation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Police Amendment Bill 2024 be now read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a second time.
This bill shall be cited as the Police Amendment Bill 2024.
Pursuant to Standing Order 55-1 of the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands, the bill now stands committed to a committee of the whole House to consider it clause by clause. House is now in committee.